Hi, Nico. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Oh my god. I cannot wait to revisit all these characters. Do I remember any of their voices? No, I do not. But that's a bridge we'll cross when we get there. I'm so excited. I'm a little discombobulated because I've been doing some work on my computer, finally. But I think everything should work. As you could tell from the music, I have the game up already because I was a little scared that it wouldn't load. So I did the smart thing and I tested it beforehand. I'm so excited. Twitch stopped crashing when I leave the app challenge. Twitch? What the fuck? Don't you know that Nico has to watch me play this game? He does not, but... Impossible. Get your shit together, Twitch. I'm so excited. Anyway, what's up? How's it going? Happy November 3rd. Happy Cody's birthday. Yeah. My Maya Nendoroid, whatever the fuck those little things are. My Maya one shipped. I'm waiting for Apollo to ship, but Maya shipped today. And then my sons at Phoenix. There we go. Okay, if I could maybe turn them... There we go. They're here to witness your grandchildren do great question mark things. Ooh. Beautiful boys. I don't know what I'm gonna do with Maya and Apollo when they get here. I don't know where they're gonna live. Oh, I forgot to. I ordered the new face plates that like are swap outs for I think the two of them and also Miles and Edgeworth, or Miles and Edgeworth? Miles and Phoenix. Losing my mind. Absolutely losing my mind. I did have the very pleasurable and exciting experience of getting to explain what Ace Attorney was to a stranger last week. So that was fun. um, Ugh. Laying in bed with Mies. Wees. Give her a smooch for me. Crashed we went to check. Twitch! Figure it out. Hell yeah! Oh, I'm excited for you to send us pictures. I'm excited to see them. Send us pictures when you have them in your possession. Those amiibos were cool. I don't really own a lot of amiibos, if any. Do you go pick them up now? Do you? I won't tell you no. There's Maya. I guess they're gonna ship them all individually. I was kind of hoping that they wouldn't do that, but okay. I'm happy to go on the journey with you. Did? Oh, I ordered that separately. Okay, the face plates are coming in January, apparently. I forgot that those went on sale at a very different time than the other two. Though Maya's shipping early. Her estimated date is December. Maybe Apollo will be in December. Anyway. I always have the problem that all of my pre-orders will all suddenly ship at the same time that I've just made like a couple of random purchases. Like I had 2 free book credits on thrift books that were going to expire this month. So I bought 3 books because I can't help myself, and if I got to like $9, I got free shipping. So I got the 2 free books and 1 other book. You know. And then I ordered a shirt that was on clearance. It was a Halloween shirt. And then at the same time that those shipped, one of my Kickstarter backer things shipped. And now this is something else that I ordered. And then it looks like to my parents that I just willy-nilly spend my money, which, you know what, maybe I do a little bit. But not to the extent that it looks like. Anyway, maybe I should start playing the game. Get her started, rocking and rolling. I'm gonna change my source really quick. I should have done that already. Maybe before I started streaming. But there we go. Alright. Recapping last game. Our best friend / lover was murdered. We became attorneys in England. Susato almost went home, but then she didn't leave. Right? That was how the game ended? She did not leave? Oh, no. Let's not spoil things. Okay. What are these? Short extra episodes. In the Bailey. Are these like short games? Are these like videos? I'll probably have time to look at those tonight because the first one is always shorter. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Back to title. Don't save. Okay. I need to start. You. Oh god, it's so bright. Anime opening. Susato.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
Oh, she did leave.
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. It's her! Is that the fucking goose woman?
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Goose woman is
So
dead!
please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Kazuma? Why did you say Kazuma? Wait a minute. What? Excuse me? I think her accent was like a Japanese accent mixed with a British accent because she's speaking British English. That is my guess. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. There's her dad, who wasn't he sick? Ah, good you're here. Doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. Not usually an unbeatable person, but the legends out on Splat 3 ones were too good to pass up. I completely understand that. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumei University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Oh, okay, this is a girl. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, the whole thing. Rei Membami. Born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? As we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. What is happening? Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Wahaha. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? Even your best friend can't see through the disguise. I think we can Is she pretending to be disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What is she dressed as? Show it to me. Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that... No, what are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world like a student at the Imperial Yumai University. A male student. Can I see a picture? I'm glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Can I see her? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom, despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray? Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just... You really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clear. Isn't that right? Yes it is. Perfectly clean. Gay, I know. I've been thinking the same thing. Got a little Mulan situation going on. I've absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side, because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh, stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. Twitch! Okay, Nico, I'll see you in a bit. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this? Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Oh God, it's him. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Rei Membami. Why did I add those extra syllables?
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Ouchie. Oh, look at her!
She looks so good!
Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready! Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro? Ryutaro? Naruhodo? Okay, is that correct? Sorry? Oh my god. Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say, simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel? Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I'm Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to upload his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo?
Fresh face of this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin! That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo preeminent lawyer. Any of them!
Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has to call in a country boy.
How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I'm gonna have you making fun of her.
Her?
Oh, Please be careful, Ray.
What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
Ugh, I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand why Naruhodo-san goes through. What? Like it or not, eyes want to flit. The case has been to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you were sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, the same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, Counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
Alright, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Whew, that is simple. I couldn't forget if I tried.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are want to blank.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a bit under the circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret, you need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record.
Yeah. I don't think I have...
Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right, just use E to open the court record. Then you need to flip to the people section. Don't take too long over... Yeah. Alright, you're gonna let me do it?
Check the court record with E.
There we go. Giselle Brett. Okay. I'm waiting, Counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? No.
Yes!
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago, but if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Yeah, I assume it's this. Time of death, 11th August, ascertained by examination and witness statements. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing the lung. Death will occur within minutes. Extreme mitosis, pupil contraction. Found guilty of murdering John Watson. Yes, John Wilson.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett, behind the woman's student persona, was the face of a killer.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumei University was killed. Yumei. Keep saying that wrong. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer. And she didn't get in trouble for it. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Oh, this is the judge. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. I thought Mikotoba was talking this whole time. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yumei University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. And and expose the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead.
Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
Only the day before? That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh! Thank you, Your Excellency.
Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Bobby. Accordingly, there could be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel about what he said about
that motive.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon.
Sorry, one sec.
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Bambi-san, you are a research student at the Imperial Yumei University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikitoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikitoba, whose research were you assisting then?
I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago.
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Mr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred.
No, Ray, be careful what you're saying. Girl.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. We must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick... Okay. From what he said about... Alright, I guess it wants me to ask about more than one thing. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot?
Ha! My apologies. Clearly, my modernity has confused a poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's...
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? Yeah, I had the same question.
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet.
Wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to.
This stage, I need to gather him. Okay. Minbami-san. Yes, what is this? Naruhodo-san. I'm really starting to wish we made my alias Raituro Susato. My alias. What did I say? Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. Why were you alone with her?
I want you one of these.
Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No!
Because, as we know, the following day we'd see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
I believe we have all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai.
Yeah, but that was 9 months of freedom? God.
You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, you'd be so kind as to pursue this exhibit. A photographic print showing the scene of the crime. immediately following the grim incident.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. Got a pen in her hand. Got a bunch of masks in her suitcase.
As you can clearly see, there's nowhere within the hut that anyone could have hid him.
Court will accept this photograph and print as evidence. As I understand it, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. Finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective.
Is it Bleedy Mouth Guy?
I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Bleedy Mouth Man who is everywhere. Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witness.
I, Takasuchi Ouchi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago here at this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Alright, my man. His hair was different.
Ionosuke Naruhodo.
What? Yes?
This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Yeah.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
Alright.
Start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Counsel?
Silence. Since I swore revenge back then, there's been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the ouchy growth.
Sorry?
You see this seed of hope crowning forth from the barren expanse of my crown?
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is that hope exactly?
I said silence. Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you, and my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witness to the stand. Witnesses.
Looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. Prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life.
And it's him!
What does he have on his head? And it's, oh my god. It's Author Man, too. I didn't expect to see him.
Witnesses, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga,
Imperial Police Bureau? I'm in disguise, obviously. It's making you a detective. What do you mean you're in disguise? You have a turtle strapped to your head. What do you mean?
Well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. I don't think that was his name. Soon to be sold out. The satirical I Am a Cat. The Sensational Success by Soseki Natsume. I don't think that was his voice, but his voice is getting now.
Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face?
Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Oh, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Migatoba? Hi, how's it going? What's up?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snap shots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
Who is this man back here?
As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here.
Manic cleaning mode in the kitchen. Love that for you.
Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Soseki, what happened to you? You were such a groveling scaredy cat. Thank you very much. You practically threw that paper at me.
Between my father and Soseki-san, the debate became quite spirited. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. Itchies.
That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Sotaro Hosonaga.
They stuck stickers right on the front of the boxes? What the fuck? I'm taking them out anyway, so that's good. But still, what the fuck? What a terrible... Put them on top of the box, where it doesn't matter. Ridiculous.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. I forgot that he...
Yeah, I didn't forget that. I asked... It was Mouth Blood guy. I forget why he's like this. But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment. So, I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. Okay, Nico, drive safe.
Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too? Oh.
Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father?
No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you've witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Okay. Did we find out why he's got blood mouth and I just... Inspector Hosonaga. Why has he got bloody mouth? Personality. Why does he have bloody mouth? Is it ever explained why Hosonaga coughs up blood? I finished the whole game, but I don't think it was ever explained great. He's probably got like TB or something. Anyway. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am. His eyes twitching. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. Why with the turtle strapped to your head? I just managed to catch that crab, but I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. You definitely didn't see that. No way. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it, the very moment of this heinous crime.
What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. Nose itches. It appears that in her dying moments with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. I don't have it in the court record yet. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant.
Ah, no!
Found him and be admitted immediately as critical evidence. Okay, I would like to examine the shit out of that.
So have I admitted anything else? Or have I admitted anything?
Can I?
I'm not allowed to examine it?
I can examine everything else?
cat. Okay. I can examine this. Alright.
Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I fear.
I don't understand. Prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Poise? You would say this man has poise? I don't know that I would say that.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me!
Another Naruhodo in my courtroom.
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Counselor Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. She's so cute. I love her.
Let's press everything.
In that jaunty disguise?
Correct.
Wait, no.
I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn a swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the English woman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day.
And this tried and tested outfit was the answer?
Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. My man!
He did not. He did not do that!
I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface.
I can't handle this man. Hi, Morgan. I can't.
Mr. Turtle loves the water.
But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? Thanks, girlfriend.
That made you late arriving on the scene. I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. Okay.
Hold it!
You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san.
In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Kaya! Or like... Of course. That's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things, so... Excuse me.
Soseki-san wasn't at all like this in England.
Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut.
The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although, the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear in the sand.
Stop! That one got me, Chris. Oh my god. How you doing? I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise. Soseki.
Hold it!
Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say. But how could that be? No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Rei Mbami-san. Mbami-san. I really can't say her last name. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. You jump to conclusions. You have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish.
It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. I'm not sure what she means. Does she mean Soseki-san?
So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Norin curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled in the sand. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling.
Ugh, he doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? Like a literary man's opinion. That young girl was astride the Englishwoman. Yeah, that...
Hold it!
That doesn't seem right. Stabbed wildly. You actually saw her do it. Oh, indeed. The terrible spectre, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Every sight and every sound still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation.
Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream?
Oh, no, no, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you. Wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression, or your words just now, I believe. So you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? No, I mean, yes. I mean, I know what I saw. That's not his voice. I know what I saw. That's what it is. Oh my god. I mean, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. Sure.
Sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press her author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched she's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward. Saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times. How can you be sure of that? Very simple, from the blood on the blade. Okay. The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. Oh. And I noted there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. That's right, I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand, too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, right, I saw it too. Okay, Soseki. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds Sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. Who's lurking, but why does it look like he keeps shitting his pants? Yeah, it does. He's really... I don't know what's wrong with him right now. He's like insane. This was not the same man that we defended in England. He's just screaming. He's just like yelling that he saw the murder and that she was stabbing. It's like he's being a little too much. The logic of your argument is sound at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly? That's just my personal opinion, of course. Wow, Susanoo. Harsh. Yeah, okay, so to get you up, Carly. Susanoo is pretending to be a man so she can defend her friend who is being accused of murdering the racist bird lady. You know, from the very first case of the last game, the racist bird lady has died. Hi. So this is Susanoo. She like pulled a fast one on me in the opening because she was like, I need to channel you. Oh god, what's his name? Osugi, but his last name. And I was like, excuse me? No, it's just to be a man. Both Susanoo and dead bird lady. Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness. And he's got this stupid turtle strapped to his head. I can't stand him. I love him, but I can't stand him. If you want to know how bad my eyesight is, as a fun little aside, taking off my glasses right now to clean them, without squinting, I can't read a single thing that chat says. Like, I can't read a single word from chat. It's too blurry. I wouldn't know that was Carly without recognizing the color of her name. Why turtle? It's his like disguise for the beach. Apparently he crouches down in the water, so just the turtle is visible in the water. So he blends in. Question mark, question mark? Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I could do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down. How am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons, a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even. A delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that. Yes, with evidence, of course. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. I'm not sure. We're back at Japan right now, Carly. I think I forgot to mention that. Because Susanoo left at the end of the last game to go home because her dad was sick, I think. I think that was the reason. And she did. I thought for a second she didn't go, but she did. During witness testimony, you can use E to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. You need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details of the court record. You find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for. Okay. Single wound was identified. That's the one. Okay. Alright, take me back to them. Ryunosuke is guilty? Ryunosuke is not here. There it is. She's like pretending to be... Yes, this is a random friend. It's, like a gal. Hold on. After I present this.
Objection!
I'll pull up the court record. Oh. This is our friend, Ray Membami. My best friend. And she studied with Dr. John Wilson, who was murdered at the beginning of the first game. And so they're basically saying that she was seeking revenge. Because this fucking bitch, they just, like, let her hang out for 9 months while they figured out what to do. She wasn't imprisoned. She wasn't nothing. She's been studying at the university still for 9 months. They let this racist bitch just keep going after she murdered a man. Absolutely appalling. Anyway. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here on this beach. Kazuma. That's his last name. I don't know why I remembered Osuki and not Kazuma in that moment. The stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who, what, where, when, how? Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed 1 time only. Just showing one cough with the audio is so funny. Oh my god. I don't know why that got me so much. It was so funny. Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san. Me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point. There was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant was holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood in the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True. And what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment the defendant, in fact, withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be. Why? Excellent work, Susato-san. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin's stage a scene much like this at that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempted to steal the show. You're right, there were certainly similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed! In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully showed with your little display— Oh, Morgan, they've been going after the hair.
already. You just were not here to witness it. But we had a whole long sequence about the hair and the new growth, the seed of hope, as he called it. I hate this man. He's in all the games. Him or his ancestor, way in the future.
Is that moustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
Oh yeah, he called the growth on his forehead, he called it his seed of hope. I hate this man.
I'm in agreement with the prosecution. The defendant was seen wielding the blade at all. That is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But what if she was withdrawing the blade?
Then we are back to where we
started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. Prosecution demands an explanation, and it better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes, going for the jugular.
What does father mean by that?
The court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Mamami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Ugh, is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify, in respect to the slipshod assertion just put forth by the yokel defense counsel, I mean.
Slipshod?
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
I mean, Gabby knows that would have killed her faster. But, like, in the moment.
Also, she would have never been saved. It's fucking 1800s Japan. It's just 1800s medicine in general, and she had a punctured lung. She was not making it out of that.
Anyway. Yes, she's 16. Correct. 25.
I'm so upset that she was so racist. Because her costume was great. When she came on, I was like, I would love to cosplay this lady. Like, her costume is so great. But I don't want to cosplay the horrible racist. Anyway, yeah, I know. Chris played it. I don't know why a notification, like, I saw it pop up on the screen. But I feel like in the past it's popped up in the chat, too. I don't know why it's not anymore.
We'll permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir, I will do so flawlessly. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. It's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the blade from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Is what you said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound will ever cause the wound to bleed heavily? Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound. It prevents excessive blood loss. I know. It's the turtle's killing me. This man's been in so many weird outfits. But the turtle, and when he bends forward like this and I can see the turtle's eyes staring at me. Until the doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see.
Ha, this is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Have you? Because I don't know about you. I've never given anyone a little poke with a knife.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. Then, why would Ray have done it? She had pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. Seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have? Susato. Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Ah! Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. That's Turtle. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Ugh.
Back to the witness testimony, please. Basic knowledge any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. No good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. This feels like... Oh, fuck. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in the testimony anywhere. Frey knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further. I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom. I know how to present evidence, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You need to take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it.
Well then, let me actually examine it! I tried to examine it! This is your first time playing the role of the lawyer in the courtroom. You need a reminder of the fundamentals. Oh god, they're okay. No, I know what to do. Thank you. Are you gonna let me examine things now? Oh my, finally. Oh my god, finally. We take off the pen's lid. Okay. Ugh. What's that at the end? Our initials are very clearly engraved here. The fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there could be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Yeah, this. What's this? There's some sort of emblem here. Look. But it isn't a Yume University one. Whole 90 minutes at, yeah, seriously.
You want a big boy? You want a little boy?
A little boy. Happy birthday, Cody! Look at your first day as a lawyer. Game like 9 in the series. Exact. Well, to be fair, this is Susato's first day as an actual lawyer. Everybody wish Cody a big ol' happy birthday. A business of some kind. That would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Yes. Okay. Can I examine? I can flip this around now. This is the newspaper from Suseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? It's this morning's paper that Suseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it! You need to read this article very carefully. I didn't really examine the front. Raucous England returnees tell all. This is an interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, Father? So it was quite an exchange. Yes, it became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment and his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Okay. I think no, I can't examine that anymore. Okay. Oh. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsumi on 11th August, it has come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison was being secretly developed and the university's forensic laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect a newly developed chemical. Though newly developed, the university would have been consulted. Would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. She died of the poison because she had contracted pupils. Some such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Yeah, take the lid off again. There's really nothing of the pen's lid area for me to, like, check. Nothing. Now let's unscrew the barrel. Okay, here we go. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing the ink from a bottle up to the nib. Something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Okay. Alright. Always turning over evidence in their hands, examine it. Look at your eyes, you got it. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. No good reason the defendant would have pulled a knife from the victim. This feels like the thing. Yes, okay. It's definitely this one. Yes, he's got a turtle strapped to his head because he's a very silly man. No good reason. If it was the poison, if she was poisoned, and she would know that it was the poison.
Objection!
I don't know. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What?
Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but also is a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here in this newspaper article. You gotta figure out when it's time, or figure out dinner that it's wine time? Hell yeah. Is it a real turtle? I think it might be. I feel like it has moved or blinked. I don't know. An article about deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the University
Objection! The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. Yes, it does.
What? Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article, the court cannot really rely on this kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Ow. It was like my whole body. Thank you. Also, thank you everybody for retweeting the stream. I very much appreciate it. It's just good. Maybe. Oh my god. Got your amiibos. I do want to see them. Please put pictures in the Discord. Ray would have never done something as to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. Thank you, everyone. Oh my god. Ow! I'm gonna like throw my back out. Ugh. That one. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. With a toxin enters the body on a knife laced with poison. It's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. Ow.
Objection!
Thank you, everybody. You can stop saying bless you. It's gonna take its time stopping.
This is complete and utter nonsense.
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life. The prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? Cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection! Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? Because of the autopsy report. You want grounds? I'll give you grounds. What?
You can't possibly.
From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency, I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my own place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case, the post-mortem report?
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the note section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme mitosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Ah. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Well,
under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was an extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
What are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence.
Tisk, you yokel student and yokel professor.
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Yuja Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in the newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? They just have the same voice. This is not great. The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency.
Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ha, listen to the bubbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper.
Am I having a drink? Not right now, but I can always start. I have stuff downstairs. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father.
A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's totally unfounded. There she is. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray. Nabami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewing together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman. Miss Jezebel Brett. Jezebel? Giselle. Hesitate because I didn't drink enough water last night. I had a headache all night. Ugh. My best suggestion for drinking water is to get a fun little cup with a fun little straw. I drink so much more water now that I have this cup. It's just like the Starbucks color changing cups that my aunt got for me for my birthday, I think. And now I drink from it all the time. That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. I want to they make like water bottle stickers, don't they? That are like okay to get wet. From condensation. The condensation! Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips while I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I am so sorry for staying silent all this time. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Bobby-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
We'll produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Professor Ouchie. Prosecutor Ouchie.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence.
But you've brought this on yourself. That's obviously her pulling it out of the back.
What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach.
The cruelty in the air of that beach is almost palpable.
It's definitely him talking.
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature, for it shows the precise moment that Bobby-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No, that's not true. No.
My earlobe itches. I need to put my good earrings back in my second hole. I put crappy earrings in last weekend because I didn't feel like fighting with my good earrings at midnight after the masquerade ball, and then I never put the real ones back in. Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice is yet to break. Those yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
How old is Susato-san?
I'll show you slow to mature.
Oh, I'm not in here because I'm her. I feel like in the main games, like Phoenix would be a character. Maybe not. Careful now, Susato is starting to show her face here. His office said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. Add it to the court record. Court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. Thank you, I would like to examine it.
I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve this entire time.
It's literally just... It's just when she pulled the blade out. What is this, like, crack in the screen that we're seeing? Because it's the same thing as in the newspaper article. Such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words.
Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Ray,
Objection!
that's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh,
Objection!
that's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday, but there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the image is unknown.
Goodness.
Are we to understand then that, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believed it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed you hesitated for a brief moment. because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print is so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim, and the scene it captured is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented in the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
What? Oh no! What do you mean?
Susano, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to your provinces. And to rue the day you came back against Takasuchi Ouchi in a court of law.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be a way of working out who took it. Well, counsel, I can figure it out.
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph. And the truth is, I have the answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could?
However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? This what? No! This what? I keep hitting the wrong button.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again. Raucous England returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes indeed. They had already caught my eye as it happens.
Ha, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph,
Goodness gracious!
yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Ha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
The curious matching patterns that appear on both photographic prints is a result of
A camera defect.
Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchi. that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper?
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
What? Wow.
Yeah, Alchie's a fucking idiot. What the fuck was that? Oh. I see why you were called a Raucous England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's Menomi.
Menimemo. It's Menimemo, I tell you. Menimemo. What the hell is his name? I'm so... Menimemo. Anemone. Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say Menimemo? I can't. Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. Menimino. Menimino. Just a reporter by the name of Raiten Menimino. Yes, hounding me from dusk till dawn. Ah, now that he mentions it. Yeah, I figured this asshole was gonna have something to do with it. Double meh. Menimeno. Menimeno. Okay, that's a little easier to say. They secretly spy, stab shots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. Could that same reporter be... A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, struck in the middle with... Raiten Menimeno. This is not gonna go well. Stuck in the middle with you. You're saying that this picture was taken by Menimeno, yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency.
As you say, your excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Menimemo.
Okay. Part 1? Yeah, okay. I would love to save my current progress. Let's save it, yeah. A new slot. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. I don't know what that voice was. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone finds out. Found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet, I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I can see why they're friends. I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though, in my heart, I knew that you'd pull the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato, I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no.
I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. I keep staring at his little puffball on his stomach. I don't know what it's there for, but I just keep staring at it. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. In fact, that fact has certainly struck home. Am I having a stroke? Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray.
They're cute.
I was so scared, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be all right. However it happened and whatever really went on by the sea that day. I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Okay.
Can I test it on the fucking pen?
It will appear to be written in a foreign language I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be a little help here, I'm afraid.
Can you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese, though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Okay. I would love to test this. I don't think it's gonna let me. Probably a story time, in-story thing I'll have to do. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing.
I've got like snot stuck in the back of my throat. Sorry, that's really gross, but making it hard to talk.
What? It was what the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in without any compunction, said to Professor Mikotoba, Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there. Put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison? Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin, too. Oh, Fig! Fig said, absolutely not, you are done. This Menimemo-san. Oh my god, that name. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Oh, that's good at least. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. He obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took his very candid photo. Then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Yes, that must be what happened. Carly, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. Trial is about to resume. Then please proceed to the courtroom at once. Love to shop sale. 20% off is better than nothing. Strawberry beret. Some of the new stuff is on there. The new collection. Oh, I could get the second tank. I don't need both of them, but it's cute. Oh, they have the citrus crew neck. Sorry for the detour. Actually, I might get this. Something that I've been looking at for my sister is on sale for Christmas. Those, her Daisy jewelry collection. My sister likes really simple, chains and jewelry. And, in gold. I might have to get that for her. She doesn't watch my streams. She won't know. Derek Shepard, I think is her screen name. For the one time she came to my stream and harassed me. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes! Ray has put her faith in me now, told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Thank you for the sale information. I very much appreciate it. I already had an email from them being like, that thing you wanted is back in stock. Not gonna order anything for myself. I feel like I get her newsletter, but maybe I don't. I might need to put my email back on the list. I hereby called the court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membami. Professor Alchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news?
Why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikitoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
But judging by the bad swagger, I fear we may need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And, counsel, what were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
It's in the pen! It's in the pen! I would stake the reputation of police on it.
Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. Her weapon has been entered into the court record.
In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case...
Because it's in the pen! How could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
In the pen. It's in the pen!
He's got ink stains on his hand. I mean, the guy that they call in the second half is always a murderer. So I'm suspicious of this dude. He snuck up in the back of the tent and stabbed her and then came around the side and took the picture. That's my theory. My theories are almost always wrong, but that's my theory. And that's a game theory.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Rayton blah 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 of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a journo. What's a journo, Father? Do you know? Simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they'll print it the next morning. I don't like that sound. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of the news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, well. What have we here?
I'm sorry?
Oh, brace yourselves, people. Menemo says there's a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-light format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Right, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. Just borrow Kazuma-sama's string for a while.
By the way, my name is Takazuchi Aochi. That's Takazuchi Aochi.
Ayuchi. Oh, is it Ayuchi? I'm calling him Ouchie anyway. Because in another life, he's pain. It's ouchie. It's Ayuchi. Whatever. Ouchie's funnier. For this doofus man.
The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
No, the readers won't buy that.
What?
Witness. Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my memoism.
Memoism?
Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right, that was me. Memo again. Memo again. I'm just calling him Memo. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu News offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? A criminal, left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen. It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. Fair enough. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. I don't disagree with this man.
Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down all those words she said in my memo pad. Memo pad. You ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal goes on some junket, and people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. He murdered her. I'm not sad about her death. Don't get me. Oh, it's the same symbol on his armband. Oh. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lancer for the perfect shot. I don't like the sound of the thing stretching. I don't like it. Reed screens, you say? Right, you could see them clearly enough in the great shot I snapped. The wall hut were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Did you also thrust the knife? Anyway, would I get away with it? Would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. Tenacity of purpose that's considered admirably in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's Memoism in a nutshell. I can't stand his name. At all. I hate his name. Worse than some of the other names in this game. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No! Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why, then, was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I was wondering that too. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ha, more pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency. She's not ouchy.
There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He keeps something about this case very close to his chest.
Yeah, because he's the murderer. He murdered the racist lady. Alright. Shoddy reads, there are plenty of gaps to see inside. I keep wanting to hit the arrow keys to move, but it's WASD. English woman. No, look like I'm sitting off screen. There. Now I'm looking at the right things. Sitting on a stool, came in arguing with her. Pulled a knife, throwing it to the floor, stabbing in the back. Okay, I don't really care about those two statements. This is the one that I don't like.
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Oh, Twitch, get it together. Stop crashing Nico out of the stream. The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
So does the audio sound okay? I feel like I turned my volume, like my mic volume up at some point, and I don't want to be peaking the mic.
Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right, you are. It's all in my memo pad. His name is Memo now. I don't care. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly. Is that what I have noted down? It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt.
Ugh.
Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And then in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary. This is the wrong voice. Plunged the knife into the adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe is a grim scene indeed. Grim crime scene. Grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what Memo says. Memoism says. By the way, Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. I hate the sound of that. I'd stop doing that. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Wouldn't their position be backwards, or am I looking at it wrong? I think he would have been at the top of that thing, like looking in. Yeah, he would have been at the top of that picture. Because I was confused about the perspective at first, too. Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you... I was wanted the same thing. Same thing. We'll grant the defense's request. Memo-san, will you supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement? Well, nihilism is the foundation of memoism, but I'll gladly prove my words aren't meaningless. Stop stretching your horrible suspenders. Okay. This is a lie. Because you wrote that fucking article. Oh, cool. We have the plans. A lie.
Objection!
Oh, what was the witness last... question is, counsel, what about the... Okay. Whatever. Spoke with the... was only there as an observer. Okay. So it's not the article. That proves he did speak with her. Not that. It's not gonna be that one either. Maybe it's the pen now? Because he's got his little symbol on it. And his initials are RM.
Objection!
Fuck you. Memo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, counsel? Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ugh. This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murderer victim was gripping it in her hand when she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Bobby. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also RM? No. Rayton Menimemo, RM. That's horse dung. Can't you see one of the central tenets of memoism is being a pencil user? And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. Would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung. Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who the owner really is. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where his alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. Clue is Ba, 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 na, ba, ba, na. That. As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Memo-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Memo-san, how do you respond?
No! Order! Explain yourself, witness.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets? I've used nothing but honest tactics. Put your stupid hat back on your head. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. Ugh! I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. It makes my skin crawl. Every time. Ugh! It's like styrofoam sound. Like, it doesn't sound like styrofoam, but it's that, like, creaky rubber. Ugh. Okay. An interview?
You never mentioned this before.
When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. I didn't mean to hit that twice. Couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. As we memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yes, alright, but on one condition.
Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves. It's not a harmless one. It's big. What? That man has no ass. Memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki-san, hiding something? Maybe why he's acting like an arrogant asshole? Okay. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from the outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witness come running. The detective realized the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why Memoism demands I reveal it now. Okay. You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness? That when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's, true, yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. Okay.
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. Court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Alright.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say? Well, now you should hear it from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Ugh!
Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman?
Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from where that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray!
I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosanaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan, a moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin!
But what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand you amend your testimony. I will! Okay.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever.
However, you indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stoop and mustache, and because I'm Japanese.
Oh dear, Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report of his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Writer Man? Well, yes, all right. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She lifted a trembling finger and pointed the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. When I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut, which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
No.
Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger toward the back of the hut, but I was trembling, she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt.
No.
Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her figure wavered slightly, but there could be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why?
She's probably pointing this way. And the guy was over here. Somewhere.
As the court could see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It's now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. In the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No! 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 Absolutely not. Headlines writing itself. Dashing lawyers' hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit, substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father! We don't even know how the crime was committed yet! Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray, give us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She knows what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying, and then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in the beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Through the reeds. Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. There is. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. Oh, my father's home. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know how.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternate theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Yeah, oh, geez, shut the fuck up.
An alternative theory, none exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy.
Very well, as you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro no Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Oh, God. Like back here. Right? He would have been back behind her. Hi! In for an adventure of a lifetime with Game 2. I just finished this game a minute ago. Oh my gosh. That's so exciting. I'm loving it already. I'm obsessed with this series. Alright, where the fuck... I mean, okay. We're gonna
So it was up above. So it would have been like up here. The true culprit was in this area here. All right, the music stopped. And the music stopping is always a surefire bet that I did a good job. There, Counsel.
That's right, Your Excellency. I believe the culprit was hiding in the location I've indicated.
Why?
Oh, well, that's rather hard to say.
No? Alright. We're gonna try again. So maybe it was my first thought. Just like right back here.
Take that!
Would never give up. And I'm in Naruhodo now. I do have a whole itinerary for this series. This is game number 8. Right? 3 originals. 2 in the middle. 7? Apollo, the first game, and now this one. So 8. This series has become my life. Sure, Naruhodo would have been here, but no, we just had to reveal a government secret. This location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. Should have gone with my first gut instinct. But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I could swear to that.
'Cause you did it, jackass. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way.
And, in point of fact, the defense can prove evidence strongly suggesting it was precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you yokel.
Defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? The fucking picture where he's, sticking his hand through the hut.
Take that!
Well, I've presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence. Are you... Counselor, suggesting this piece of evidence bears out your theory as to how the victim was stabbed.
It's something of a windfall, Your Excellency.
Oh, no! Okay. Visible trace somewhere. Maybe it's the other picture? This is not good. Yeah. Just take me there. Take me down to the Paradise City. Is it this one? Can I fucking look at it? Oh, there's a fucking crack in the back. Okay.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from the outside of the beach hut. I'm out of practice. Getting these wrong. The DS version of this case, one iconic line I'll never forget. Oh yeah, baby, I write Naruhodo, the man himself. What a good line. That's so funny.
Objection!
Okay. Off-centered. I mean, I'm also sitting like an idiot, but
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where in this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place from outside the hut? I'll happily... shebang.
Take that!
The hole in the back of the hut. Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut,
You could see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Brighton Memo-san. I fucking hate it. Could only have been you. Along with the thought I'll never forget, if Susato was wearing Ryu's clothes and pulling off the look, is Ryu wearing Susato's kimono and pulling off the look? He definitely could. I don't know if this is Ryu's clothes though, because she's got little purple accents on it. Like, she looks adorable. Like, her hat's purple. She's got a little purple, like, I think around her neck, too.
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
She was fucking sitting there. Okay, maybe she doesn't. Oh, it's in, like, her overcoat had it in the other scene. I don't know. She's adorable. I love this look on her. I think I screamed when she came on. I was so excited to see her. Of course not.
We're not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death, inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
A stool?
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes thought Ryotaro was Ryu and Susato's child, and Ray was his assistant for game 2. Oh my gosh. Honestly, at first glance, sure. Yeah, I could get that. I would not. No part of me thinks the two of them would ever romantically get together. That maybe this game contradicts me on that and makes them straight, but Ryu is too in love with Kazuma. Too in love! Anyway, I'm sure this game's gonna make them straight. But they're, okay, I mean, Kazuma's dead, but they're in love. They're in love. Anyway, and that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd.
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness! I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Ouchi clan can't. What of my growth of hope?
It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude the proceedings by delivering my final... Yeah, I did not think we were getting off that easy. Ha ha ha. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
We've established the victim was stabbed from the outside of the hut, through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hills of the blade. This is a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it?
Put your stupid hat back on your head, and, talk to me like a real person.
Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. Doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else.
What are you talking about?
Ugh! Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? Manomo. Menimano. Menimanomi. Menima. I don't know how to say his stupid name! It's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett, is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed? Ah! Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back and with whom's blade.
You freeze to play YouTube $20 whole. Is YouTube Premium $20 fucking now? Or is that... It looks like it's internationally that they're hiking. Users in Germany, Australia, and other countries. That block shit is ridiculous, though. I think his name is based off of Mamma Mia. Like how Ray's name is based off of Remember Me. Is it? I didn't notice that. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. If I didn't only use YouTube, like 99% use YouTube on my phone, I would not be paying for it.
Quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
But that could be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
It's not on the blade, girlfriend.
Haha, forgotten already, have we, yokel? During the very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Sorry. Well, it's on the pen. Let me test the pen. It's on the pen. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniable, obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. mean she drank it? Another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass have been knocked to the sandy floor of the beach hut. Isn't that how she killed the fucking professor too? $13.99 right now. It's still expensive, yeah. It's still ridiculous. Poison could have been slipped into either. Somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. Make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's already been established.
Hold it!
That one was louder. Established? Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It's a little hard to believe, given the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? What the fuck is he talking about? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellence. You claim to be impossible, that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. I doubt that, asshole. Not about to start now. And that's Memoism. Mamma Mia-ism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is it that this trial is going to take us? Memo. Here I go again. My. I want to punch you in the face. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. It's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Still going to jail. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. His name is not the most absurd I've ever heard. I know someone from Curane named Inga Karkul. What is that? Is that an actual character in this game series? The third? Is this in a game I haven't played yet? Like, oh my god. So you admitted then that everything happened as I described. That you were the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen. You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade into sweet justice right in there. I don't feel bad that that woman is dead. Not an ounce, but I don't like him either. Spirit of Justice's character. Oh, I'm so excited to get to that game. I'm so excited. I gotta wait for the fucking remaster in January, and I gotta play Dual Destinies first, but I'm so excited. I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. Sure you do. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. Lies. Lies! Just let me test the pen! That's right, you guessed it. Ugh! That pretty little student girl. There's a woman after my own heart. I can't handle that noise. I genuinely can't. I just need this case to be over so I can stop hearing him do that. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the position to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. The poison to the Englishwoman. Again, am I having a stroke? Suddenly, snap! This journo here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. The witness had administered the poison himself, and he'd only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
Therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
Yes, that's right it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he gonna get away with it now? Alright, let me fucking press him. Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination of this trial. Yes, Your Excellency! Capcom loves pun names. Yes, they do. That is one of the things I love about this game series, is all the dumb puns. Use of murder. I love Shelly the Killer. The Killer? Really? Deed Man? Victim's name being Dead Man? It's just, they love it. Those are some of the dumb ones. The dumbest ones, but alright. Prove I'm innocent. Why did I bother stab the woman if I already poisoned her? Heard the student girl arguing, it got my goat. Let's see what Why did this get your goat? What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Excuse me, princess.
Thank you so much for the follow. Yes, John H. Wilson, professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
Why? I don't understand. It's not like she killed another English person. Like, not to continue the racism, but I feel like they wouldn't have swept that under the rug in the same way that if she killed, like, a Japanese person. Because racism. But she killed a highly respected English man. The math ain't mathin' for me up here, but that's okay. I was eating that student girl up inside. You could see. It was, not I was. I really felt for her. Ray, what are you doing? I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray!
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. You're in the middle of cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great, peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
We'll grant the request of the defense.
But, Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh, thank you so much, Your Excellency. Nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We're discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I
I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there was to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes. Memo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this! The entire article! It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Memo-san. Mamma Mia-san. As a journo, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of memoism. Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from my outside hut. Okay. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up. My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. Okay. The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go stab the person as well. Right. Okay, so it is that last statement. You poison someone, there's no reason to stab them as well. Okay. So I'm gonna use that newly updated evidence.
Objection!
Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information from this newspaper article from what you'd overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There could be no question of that. After all, when we were in the laboratory together, we all were told it was a terrible toxin. And there's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mbami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Minema-san had made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Memo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils, yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, right, Tim, Mamma Mia? It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut thin walls, you learned of these facts, but you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late, so you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Get his ass!
Order, order, order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way that he nurtures the remnants of his topknot, he's clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope!
Okay. You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai.
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is on the
I don't need a counter-argument.
What? What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you made it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I, Rayton Mamma Mia, a mere reporter from the Show You News, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. I don't like the sound. I know I say it every time, but I really don't like it. It makes my teeth hurt. There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day, the true culprit is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? Oh my god. My point is this. There is one way that you, Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. It's the fucking pen.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush, and nothing more. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a supon of sumptuous ink. Soupçon, and it's one word. One's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. Soseki, you're killing me. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have?
And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
More absurdity. That never happened.
True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I reminded the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Memo-san. So, the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that, in your own haste to ask while the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternate explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself as you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled his reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? This is how our modern justice system works, is it? No! What if the ink in my pen runs dry? What if my pencil snaps? can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Okay. Just chucking pencils across the courtroom. You claim I sucked the poison into my pen. That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist. Minamo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. Ba 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 ba. Take that. Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Minami-san. I know that's not his name. Is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. Buca de Beppo. I keep thinking of that now with his stupid name. Mamma Mia. Menemenemo. Buca de Beppo. You can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. He's gonna explode. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold down his head. This was a foreign power took up arms for mighty pen in the battlefield. Justice. Susato, with me. I'm there. Oh. Yes! Kick his ass! Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got a hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? It's okay. It's okay, Momo. She was a racist, so we don't care. Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead?
Because she sucks? I went into that hut attending to quiz her on her situation. That's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism. Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. Like I said, I was never sad that she was dead. She deserved every moment of that death. I just don't like his fucking arrogance and framing a 16-year-old girl for it. That's what I don't like. That's what I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up. Is this necessary? I thought I turned the flashing off. I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After the trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman goes to sail away in the sunset, a free woman. My only possible explanation is that, behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. You came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Minomi-san, Minomi-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. Yeah, seriously. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Oh, yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience at the Supreme Court. Was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo-san, Ryunosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. Now just let her be a lawyer as herself. So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts? What is that? Are you making a birdhouse? Prosecutor Ouchie? I, Takasuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a Katho youth, not once now, but twice. Is he gonna cut off his hair? What is this? If there was any shred of my former self left, It has withered and died here today. What? Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence.
Roast him. Rather than living in shame. What are we doing here? I will end it all now with this blade. What are you doing? For that is the true path to Ouchieism. Ouchieism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Dude, what are you doing? Sprig to my top knot. Of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takasuchi. Cody. Or not Cody, Nico. What are we doing? I knew it. Nobody made you do this, bud. The fucking sparkles! Nobody made you do that. Praying hands. Why are we all paying reverence to his hair? His stupid fucking hair. I love this game so much. Now, in regard to the defendant, Raymond Bami-san. Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Yay! Woo! Cherry blossoms. Court is adjourned. Thank God. Sorry. Oh my God, Carly. Yes, we do have to use those podiums if we do another presentation night. Which we should plan and do. That was so much fun last time. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do is stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? I don't know what I would do mine on either, but... Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. Probably Pallier related? Fuck yeah. Mine would probably be Ace Attorney related. Or Supernatural related. One of the two. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. No more of this formal super humility stuff nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger. Just throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo. I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh, my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense Attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then? What a terrible shame. Oh, hi guys. What is happening? Hi guys, what's up? Don't mind me. Ah, Suseki-san and Inspector Hasanoga. I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba.
I don't. So dashing, so divine. No, everybody's so attracted to Susato's guy form. Everybody's so gay. Doubly dashing, yes, and then devilishly divine. Look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san's Esquire's cousin. Astoundingly, Ace Attorney. They said the thing. Soseki, you've made the wrong point. My man. Poor Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. Well, that's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector of the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? No less. I can't tell if Mr. Turtle's real. I don't think Mr. Turtle is real now that I'm really looking at him. Yeah, but you're bad at your job! Roast him, Carly. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. Hi, bud. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. Hosonaga. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. Oh, God. And then on the steamship for the Great Britain, of course. Disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Oh, God! What was that flash of dead Kazuma? That didn't help you, though, did it, Kazuma-sama? Oh, my God. Jump scare. From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? Talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. Damn subliminal messaging. Kazuma dead! He's dead, guys. Don't forget. And it's his fault for not protecting him. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now the culprit herself is dead. We'll probably never know the answer. I have a feeling we're gonna find out at some point. These games don't like to leave loose ends like that. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. My arch-nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine, by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that is a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well.
Yeah. Now Sherlock Holmes is in the copyright. Or in the public domain. But these games came out in like 2016, 2017, I want to say. So, I skirt it. Sherlock Holmes is so funny, though. Like, John H. Wilson? Okay. That's an easy switch. Sherlock Holmes? Iconic. Incredible. So glad that they did that. In that case, I'm sure you understand. There are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I could think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't. What the fuck are you doing here? You're here to let us throw you again? Minamemo-san! So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. That visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Excuse me? But student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Ah! Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. I want to hear what he had to say, though. That was cool, what you did. But also, I needed to hear the end of that sentence. I was coming to tell you the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen. And it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. Ha 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 ha. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend. Seishiro Jugoku. Wow, the judge gets a real name? Iconic. May I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance, Susato. Did you know all along, from the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Susato. Couldn't let you take the risk. If Chihiro here hadn't known, then he recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. Hell? Is that what his name means? So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father,
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha. It was very impressive, sir. You did a great job. I enjoyed watching his body hit the ground like that.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Oh, hi. Judicial Assistant Mikitopa-san, Esquires. Could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear.
Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
Oh, she just said, oh my god, Nico. I really hope not. I will. But the way these games work? As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikitoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking me to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in.
I don't really know exactly. But I do remember.
But do you remember them?
Do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public?
Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. Okay.
Or Sholmes, that case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps it was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better.
She's standing at Kazuma's grave.
How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
It was a more gentle flashbang than normal.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
So sweet. I love her.
Don't, Nico, stop! Oh my god. Susato success. I would love to save, please. Okay, what I would like to do now is go back to the title screen, because I'm not getting another case in today. And I wanna check out what these little escapades are. Let's start at the beginning. You're about to play The Escapades, entitled Episode 1. Displays spoilers about the first game's story. That's fine. Are you telling me that I'm gonna have all of these things? How long? Okay, hold on. Let me check how long this is. Great Ace Attorney Escapade. Length. Each episode is about 15 minutes long. Okay. Did that say and no gameplay? They're very sophisticated magazines? Alright, we're gonna check this one out. Look at my priceless treasure now. Myself, I've scrubbed and scrubbed. But the repellent odor of meat will never be repealed from its resplendent surface again. You have it back in your possession, at least. You should be grateful, old man. How dare you! Excuse me, but I'd just like to get to that Zabuton cushion there if I could. Rest assured, you miserable military malefactor, this is not over. Incarceration awaits those who would defraud a senior citizen of his precious treasures. Watch your tongue, old man. Mark my words, I won't. Sorry, Sergeant, but could I just get at that Zabuton cushion there as well? Oh. I won't go to jail, never. Imagine if I did. The very next day, my boy would starve without the chain of command in place to provide for him. Using the child to protect yourself. Meanwhile, I call that obstinate cowardice. Oh, really? And who just employed the old poor defenseless senior citizen tactic, The only way to fight an enemy who's using underhanded tactics is with a tit-for-tat strategy. Sorry to interrupt again, but I just need to get at that Western-style cushion there on the sofa. Enough of this insubordination. What do you want, man? Oh, please, don't mind me. Do my eyes deceive me, or is this the wide-eyed criminal from the trial before? Wide-eyed, perhaps, but criminal? No. What is this unhealthy fascination you exhibit with the seating arrangements of others, Why were you peering under the cushion of this upholstered seat? Oh, well, the thing is... Any luck? Did you find it? Oh, no, it's him. Any luck? Did you find it? No, sadly not. I don't think it's here, Kazuma. God, Kazuma. When you were alive and healthy and with us. You really are a liability, Ryunosuke. Report at once. Have you lost something? Is that it? Yes, we were just on our way to a party to celebrate my friend's victory here when I realized my university pin badge was missing. University pin badge, you say? Yes, from my collar here, you see? Affirmative. Uniforms must be kept in prime condition at all times. A missing badge is unacceptable. I thought if I looked around, it would probably turn up somewhere. Like the old tale of the Koban coin and the stake. A parable of which I am accurately aware. But I've exhausted my search now, really. The only logical conclusion is that someone must have stolen it. Don't look at me. I don't find just any old metal objects irresistible, you know. Imagine what would happen if little Trooper 80 here swallowed something like that. I'm afraid we'll have to give up, Ryunosuke. Still, if you tell the office your student number, they should be able to issue you with a new one. What's the matter? Don't tell me. Yes, I don't remember my student number. Same, dude. I don't believe it. I mean, this is the second time you've lost your badge, isn't it? Third, actually.
You didn't think you could remember it. You should have made a note of it somewhere. I told you that until I was blue in the face last time this happened. Yes, I do seem to remember someone telling me something along those lines. It was you, was it? You can't even remember who told you that you needed to remember it? Well, student numbers are 6 digits, Kazuma. Who can remember 6 whole digits? I feel you there, my man. Yumai isn't exactly a long-established university, you know. All of our numbers are still rather low. In fact, they only use the last 3 digits. Well, that might help, I suppose. That might help? Rinosuke, it's only 3 digits you need to remember. Just 3! Sorry, my brain is such a disappointment. I love these two so much. Yes, well, anyway, young man. I was greatly impressed with you in the courtroom today. Hi, welcome in. Oh, you mean me? Lawyer already before you've even graduated, and such a loyal friend to this one. This one? What was that supposed to mean? Oh no, I still have much to learn. In fact, that was brought home to me in no uncertain terms only last year. My Achilles heel was spectacularly exposed by my best friend here. Indeed? What? By me? This is the first time I've heard about it. Yes, by Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You can't have forgotten, surely. It was last summer, at the speech contest. The speech contest? Oh, that. Contestants had to take the stage to deliver a public address on any subject they chose. We were competing to give the most compelling and powerful speech. And yours was great. It made a huge impression on the audience. Obviously, since I was a budding student of law, I was determined to win. And sure enough, one by one, my opposition fell. When I reached the final at last, I came up against you. Yes, so you did. Not being rude, but when I first laid eyes on you, I thought to myself, this cheeky, wide-eyed no-hoper is out of his depth. He's going to be a pushover. That's your version of not being rude, is it? I love these two. Well, I paid for my complacency, because it brought on that humiliating defeat. Defeat? How were your ranks compromised? My speech was going very well. I had the audience in the palm of my hand. I hung on to my every word. And then, when I came to the very last line... Yes? What happened at that very last line? It was supposed to be a climactic event. Unfortunately, I completely fouled it up. Never! You mean you stumbled on your words? Spectacularly. Even now, I can't believe I ruined it. Well, what on earth did you say, man? Ryunosuke, you'd better say it. I still can't get my tongue around it. Sure, of course. I can still recall it perfectly. What you said at the end of your speech, or rather, what you intended to say at the end of your speech, was this. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the flight for filial piety. And what went wrong? What indeed? Myself, I see no problem with the pronunciation of these paltry words. In that case, old man, I invite you to say it yourself. Very well, then, I shall. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the fight for filial piety. It's impossible! The arise, ladies and gentlemen part I delivered perfectly. But the next part had me floundering for a whole 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Kazuma! You went on for 5 minutes? My man! By the end of it, I was on my knees in front of the podium, a blabbering Kazuma! Sweetheart! And that's when the audience started to heckle you. Arise, arise, they were shouting. hell on earth? But then, of course, this man went and delivered his word-perfect speech with a perfect ending. How did it go again? Let me see. So, my dear fellows, the message is simple. Treat your father and mother with respect. Something like that. I mean, talk about stating the obvious, but the fact is, I lost to that speech. Tongue-tied is the only way to describe it. Well, it is quite tricky to say, I agree. The final fight for filial piety especially. See, I just fucked it up. And ever since that day, I've had this question whirling around in my head. Why did our forefathers choose such an awkward phrase? Was it to mock their children? I mean, it should never have been called filial piety in the first place. Kazuma, I love you. At least you're going to Great Britain soon. It might not come up there much. Well, anyway, having lost that accursed contest, I came after you to ask you a question. How is it you never trip up on your words? I inquired. And you just gave me a broad smile and said, speaking fast is my hobby. I mean, really? What kind of a hobby is that? Do you think you could take your hand off of your sword? Besides, it's just a way to pass the time. After that, you started talking at me 10 to the dozen, like you were possessed almost. Honestly, I can't imagine the shock I suffered you can't imagine the shock I suffered that day. You really can't. You're right. I really can't. Speaking fast is just the sort of hobby I'd expect a civilian like you to waste his time on. Well, you have to practice, of course, but there are some simple things to start with, like this famous one, for example. Swift samurai swords swipe silently sideways. Swift samurai swords swipe silently sideways. These are just tongue twisters. I don't know about talking fast. Oh yes, even a decrepit tongue and an ailing frame such as mine can find its way around that one. I've no doubt. It's just a bit of fun, really. I can't imagine anybody would struggle to say it. Isn't that right, Kazuma? Swift samurai sword. They're flirting. A blabbering mess by word, too. It's not just the samurai. Every good soldier needs to be able to handle a sword. That's why I've been busy teaching Ido the finer points of swordplay. None of this wordplay nonsense, Private. Come to think of it, not long after that, we started to attend lectures together, didn't we? And we got into that debate about family values at the Sayukiyaki place on campus. Sukiyaki. What did I just say? Sukiyaki place on campus. Do you remember? Yes, your argument was full of jokes and puns and wordplay, as usual. I remember it well. Because he's in love with you. Oh, was it? In any case, I swore that I would never let myself forget the shock it gave me back then. And as a symbol of how seriously I took the oath, I decided to wear this. My red Hachimaki headband. He wears the magic headband because, right, Ryu kicked his ass in a speech contest? Sorry, Kazuma. Yes? You've lost me there, I'm afraid. I don't see the link. What does your red headband have to do with your oath? Because it will always remind me of that smug look on your face as you uttered those tantalizing words. Tantalizing. Ooh. What words? You mean another tongue twister? I practiced and practiced until my tongue bled, but in the end, I mastered it. Mastered what? Well, I think it's time you heard this, actually. Listen carefully now. Here goes. I can't. Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. There, word perfect, see? Okay. I'd actually been meaning to ask you about that. About the story behind your headband, I mean.
Well, now you know, so I'll never forget the shocking humiliation of that day. Because he's in love. That's why I wear this red headband every single day without fail. Well, I don't know exactly how much of a shock you think you had back then, but can't be more than the shock you've just given me now. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the tongue twister I said didn't go the way you seem to have remembered it. Huh, I knew this. It's just as famous as Swift Samurai Sword, so I can't believe you don't know it, really. It goes, red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread man. Wait, what? Red pan. Seems I've knocked some wind out of that headband of yours. It's too late, Private. You could always start wearing a red bread pan on your head instead. Your youthful vigor is manifest, young man. Your cheeks are glowing redder than your Hachimaki. Why do so many words have to be so similar? So, looking forward to Great Britain then? Where you'll have to deliver speeches in court in English? I suppose I can always sell seashells at the seashore. I was wondering if they would use that one. That's the first tongue twister I think of. Are these all the stories are like this? These like cute little whatevers? I love it! Should I do one more before logging off? Another crime was committed aboard the SS Buria. The stakes are as high as Sholmes and Stroganov. Pursue the culprit. But there's more to the crime than meets the eye. Okay, we'll do this one, and then I'll call it for the night. You get to listen to me do a bad English accent and a bad Russian accent, all in the same story. It looked like Cosmo was alive from that picture. Oh my god. It's almost 2 weeks now since we left Japan. I can't believe how quickly time has gone. So, our next port of call would be Shanghai. Who's there? Who could it be at this hour? A detective. A detective? Who? A great detective. That's probably Sholmes. I don't get it. What's a great detective? If you would just be so kind as to open the door. There's an earlier... I don't know if it's a murder. It's some kind of crime. It just said crime. Oh, yeah, sorry, of course. There he is. Something wrong, detective? Are you investigating a case? Wherever a great detective goes, great cases occur. Indeed, I am the root of all evil. Sholmes, sorry? I don't think I want you in my cabin. Under our very noses on the steamship, a terrible theft has just occurred. Hi, Mies. What? You noticed, I presume, the brief power failure a short while ago. Oh yeah, the power couldn't have been out for more than 10 minutes, though. Indeed, yet that was ample time for this wicked crime to be perpetrated. I see. Well, clearly it's a case that needs investigating. Precisely. The culprit ran away in this direction, down the first-class cabin passageway here. Really? The thief came this way? I'm quite sure of it. It may have escaped the attention of the dim-witted crew, but not of the great detective. To that end, I would be obliged if you would allow me to investigate here in this cabin. Well... How curious. Is there some reason why it would inconvenience you to have your cabin searched? Inconvenience me? Well, I'd be lying if I said no. After all, there is a stowaway in that wardrobe right over there. It's just me in here, you see, no one else. So you might perhaps want to focus your attention on one of the other first-class cabins. As it happens, you are the only first-class passenger at present. The other cabins are vacant. Oh.
that rather tragic rumbling of the stomach arise from within you, my good fellow? Of course. As I said, I'm the only person in here. That was a stomach growl. It's not long until dinner time now, so perhaps we could do this afterwards? I do apologize, sir, but it is of the first importance that the investigation is not delayed. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, where did he go? How did he suddenly move all the way over there? Yes, without a doubt, if the culprit would be hiding in this cabin, it would have to be inside this wardrobe. I shall need to examine this wardrobe thoroughly. I presume you have no objection. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to decline. Really, you won't find any... For you. Did those two rather tragic sneezes arise from your good self? Of course they did. As I said, I'm the only person in here. You have a curious knack of talking while sneezing then. Twice, no less. This is going to be a tough one to argue. I was watching you quite intently, sir, and I assure you I saw no signs of a sneeze. Ugh, couldn't Ryosuke have held his nose? As I was saying, I shall need to examine this wardrobe. We've had it now, then. The game's up. Nobody hiding in there, it seems. What? You seem surprised. No, not at all. Yes, I am. He was in there for sure. I shut the doors on him myself. More visitors? Who's this now? Excusing me. Oh, Seaman Stroganov. Sorry for disturbing, but crime has been committed on board ship. Yeah, I heard. A terrible theft, apparently. How do you know this? Well, the detective here just informed me, you see. Detective? Yeah, I assumed you must have asked him to investigate. Detective, could you... Where did he go? I must ask you to cooperate with the investigation of this crime. Fully. Uh-oh, he's glaring at the wardrobe already. Ah! Well done, you found me. What are you doing hiding in my wardrobe? My good man, I was merely assessing the practicality of concealment in such a place. And I would say that at a push, a human could survive for up to 5 minutes in that cramped space. Ryosuke's been in there for a fortnight. Is he not human? Who are you? Shh. This is the moment of truth. The great detective is about to unveil the sordid details of this wretched crime. You mean to say... Yes, there can be no doubt that the culprit of this terrible theft did indeed conceal himself within this wardrobe. What? But that's impossible. He couldn't have done. Because my best friend was in there the entire time. Or at least I thought he was. How can you be sure of this? Elementary, my dear fellow. The criminal left behind the most revealing evidence. How else could you explain these 3 bones? What the? He's right. Look at those gnawed bones in there. And 3 of them. Ugh. The criminal has escaped this time, but I will find him and I crush him. Could I ask you something, Detective? Why, yes, of course. I am always delighted to answer an inquiring mind. In this terrible theft, what exactly was stolen? Aha. What else but some sticks on the rib bone?
Huh? Did you say steaks on the rib bone? For this evening's dinner, 3 rib steaks were stolen from ship's kitchen only short time ago. There was malfunction with generator and ship was without the lights for 10 minutes. Chef who saw criminals said he ran away down the first class passageway. And now I am on his tail. I'm afraid to say, dear fellow, that your man is no longer in this cabin. But how? Through the cabin door, no less. No less. Having devoured his haul in this wardrobe, the culprit discarded the bones and concealed himself behind the cabin door as you came inside. Then, when attention was turned to the wardrobe, he seized his chance to escape through the open door. What? Make haste, my good man, after the culprit. I shall follow presently. Something troubles you, sir. I think maybe criminal is not running away at all. What are you suggesting? Now I know where the dog is buried, Mr. Osugi. Me? When I think you are culprit, everything is falling into places. The criminal that disappeared in first class passageway, the bones in the wardrobe, all clues are pointing their fingers at you. Don't be ridiculous. I would never. Yes, of course. I established at once that you couldn't be the perpetrator of this crime. You did? Why? How are you so sure? My dear fellow, there are but 2 things in this world that one can rely on with total certainty. What's 2 things? The first is the word of a great detective, and the second... is the tragic rumbling of an empty belly. Not again! When I first entered this cabin, there did arise from this gentleman a belly rumbling so ominously tragic that it confirmed beyond all doubt that the man had not eaten a single rib steak in some time, let alone 3. Why do I have to suffer this humiliation when I've done nothing wrong? Curses, I will catch this thief. He could not have gone far. Indeed, assuming he decided against a post-meal constitutional swim. Well, if you will excuse me now, my apologies for upsetting your evening. Detective, 1 moment, please. Yes, that was a most remarkable deduction. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to tell me your name. It quite slipped my mind. You have been talking with the one and only Herlock Sholmes. I see. Well, I'm Kazuma Osugi. I'm a student on my way to Great Britain. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Osugi. Oh, and before I forget... Yes? I feel I should warn you. Live cargo is strictly forbidden on this vessel. So you would do well to conceal the stowaway currently lying low under your bed as carefully as possible. Oh, under the bed? I bid you farewell then, Mr. Osugi. He is smart sometimes. He's uncovered our secret. I suppose I should have expected nothing less of a great detective. That was fun. Oh, it's still going. Now then. When did you move under the bed? I thought we had it when he opened the wardrobe door. Oh, well, it was thanks to that split-second chance you engineered. Did I what? You distracted him for a moment, remember? When you suggested that he investigated the other cabins instead? Oh yeah, he turned to look towards the corridor, didn't he? Well, I couldn't see what he was doing, of course, but I thought to myself, it's now or never, and the next thing I knew, I was under the bed. You really know how to give me a scare, don't you? It is very weird to be talking to Rei Inosuke instead of as Rei Inosuke. Anyway, what's all this about the rib steaks, eh? Sorry about that. I've just been so hungry. Ever since we left Japan, stuck in that tiny wardrobe. Well, you should know. You've been splitting all your meals with me. You must be starving too, surely. Right on cue. There was that power cut before, wasn't there? For about 10 minutes? So it was then. I caught a whiff of the most delicious smell. And I thought to myself, it's now or never. Next thing I knew, I had the steaks in my hand. This man just can't help getting himself into trouble. Well, alright, you were hungry, but 3 steaks? Thanks to you, 3 crewmen are going without tonight, I imagine. No, it was just the one. What? I only took 1 rib steak from the kitchen, that's all. But I don't understand. Hey, I'm not that selfish. If I'd stolen 3 steaks, I'd at least have tossed 1 your way. I'm not your pet dog. Well, in that case, who stole the other 2? Ah! Do you think? Could there be a ghost on board? A meat-loving ghost? There can only have been a single bone in the wardrobe when Reinosuke moved to hide under the bed. Which means the other 2 bones could only have been put there by one very flesh and blood person. What's so funny? We're on a haunted ghost ship. Look at these 2 nerds. Look at these 2 nerds in love. A great detective or a great mischief maker? Either way, I think I'd like to spend a little more time getting to know that man. Unfortunately, you pass away in just a few short days. The great Herlock Sholmes. Asking the real questions, Carly. It's the ghost. Oh my god. I'm not gonna do another one. I just want to read them. This escapade takes place as Reinosuke and Susato visit Lord Strongheart to report the outcome of Mr. Natsume's trial. They find a flustered Inspector Gregson attempting to solve a very taxing problem before his time runs out. One morning on Baker Street, when Iris prepares breakfast for everyone as usual, but Reinosuke wakes to find an envelope under his door containing a death threat. Who on earth could have put it there and why? Susato appears to be rather irritated, because it seems Reinosuke has been buying a little too much bric-a-brac, and now the whole place is brimming with things they don't need. That's me coded. And his latest purchase has really rocked the boat with Iris and Susato. The Japanese scholar was once a teacher of English. He has much to say on the cultural difference between Japan and Britain, as well as on sentimentality, Shakespeare, and cycling. Shillings escaped from the clutches of Raleigh and Pat Beat, who only just found it on the street. Gina the pickpocket is the obvious suspect, but Ryu, Sholmes, and Iris happen to be passing, and the plot quickly thickens. The defendant is none other than Sholmes himself in the charge, a most mysterious murder. Ryu naturally advocates for the defense against the unflappable Reaper, Lord Van Zeeks, but Sholmes' testimony calls back the true culprit of the crime into question. I'll have to play those more later. They were very fun. Ugh. I love these freaking games. They're so much fun. Alright. I don't know why I went all the way to the top, because this is how I exit. I'm so excited to be playing these games again. Let's see. We're gonna check how many cases this one has. There are 1, 2, There's only 5 cases in this one. I don't think this one is as long as the first game. Oh, but there's DLC. Is there? Oh, it's the escapades. Okay, it's just the escapades, which is fine. I'll do all of those, and that'll kill it probably close to enough time to get to January 25th or whatever day it is that the rest of it releases. I should probably put you on my face. When they release the Apollo Justice Trilogy remaster, even though it's not really, there's just one Apollo game, but Apollo's in the other games. I don't know what they're like. I don't know why I'm speaking to the. I wish I could pre-order it, because I would pre-order it right now. But alas, I'll have to wait like a pleb. Maybe they'll do the fun release day 10% off sale. Probably not, but maybe they will. Yeah, I was checking it the other day because I was like, surely they would let me. They you know, this would be a pre-order title, but I guess not. I'm gonna check it again, just cause I'm impatient. Nope, this is coming soon. January 24th, sorry. So expect on January 26th for us to begin Dual Destinies and me to scream. I love these games. I don't either. I don't want to think about that this year's almost over, how much work I have to do. I don't want to think about it. But we're here. And we're doing the thing. And we're surviving. And it's great. I'm not slowly falling apart. It'll be your 10-year anniversary for high school. Oh my god. It'll be 9 years for me. Which is bonkers. I can't believe I've been out of college for 4 years. How did that fucking happen? And in a week, next Saturday is my 4-year anniversary at my job. Oof. Which I'm getting sick of. But I just gotta stick it out for another 6 or so months. Till I can start applying for what I actually want to do. I know, it's so much. Which I think is part of why I'm, like, getting so sick of it. And, like, all my friends, most of my friends have had, like, at least one other job in that time. Like, they're not at the companies they started at right after college, which is normal. But, and, like, if I wasn't in a year gonna graduate from grad school, like, I would be looking for something else. Just because I'm getting so tired of it. I'm tired of the corporate bullshit. But, like, most places let you apply, like, library jobs will take you if you're at least 6 months out. If you're max 6 months out from getting your stuff, your diploma. That's what I'm waiting for. We're almost there. Anyway, that's gonna be it for tonight. Thank you guys for hanging out. Let me think about what's coming up. So next week is gonna be weird because I have a wedding on Friday. So I will not be streaming Friday, but maybe I'll stream Saturday. Maybe. It depends. Saturday or Sunday, I'll stream. Most likely. Or, if I have to, I'll stream Thursday night. Because I'm not working the next day. I have to get up for this wedding, but like I can function. It would be fine. So I'm either going to stream Thursday night or someday on the weekend next week. I have a dentist appointment on Monday because I think I have a cavity. That's going to be a blast. After that, things should... I can't say that because then Thanksgiving happens. I don't know about Thanksgiving week. I don't even know what we're doing for Thanksgiving yet, so I can't speak to that. It's you know, holiday season. I think once December hits, I should be back to normal. Knock wood, I should be back to normal streaming schedules. Maybe. Got an engagement party in one of the Fridays. I have to see. December for like 2 weeks, yeah. At least this year, like Christmas and Christmas Eve don't fall on a Friday. Like, I feel like one of them was on a Friday, or like, actually, the family might be here. I don't know. That's too far out for me to think about right now. I can barely think about next week. The next week will be funky. I will tweet about it, whatever I decide / have time for. Tomorrow, I'm having an Our Flag Means Death Girls Night, where we're watching, a bunch of us are getting together and eating food and watching, I think, all the second season. I haven't finished the last 2 episodes of the second season, so I think when I log off here, I'm going to curl up in bed and watch the last 2 episodes. Because even though we're going to watch it together, I would much rather watch all of the episodes as a second watch, like, than be, like, surprised in the last 2, because I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to scream in my bed for the reactions for the first time. Like, but I'm making a fall sangria. That's my contribution to the night. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Let me stop rambling incessantly and leave. Let you guys be free. Thank you guys for hanging out. You're the best. I love you. I'm so excited to be playing Ace Attorney again and being back in that obsession. I'm glad you love hearing me talk, because I do a lot of that. Thank you guys for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. I hope you guys have an incredible rest of your Friday night and a fan-freaking-tastic weekend. And I will see you guys all at some point next week. Okay? Goodbye.